welcome to Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village. Myself, Ramesh Malya, I am the manager operations of Heritage Village. So, I would like to introduce a unique museum and one of a kind of museum in India. Especially, why I say unique is because it's a unique museum which was conceived, created, dreamt, whatever you call, by a single person named Vijayanath Shenoy. You can see the photograph over there. So, Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy is no more, but being a humble person, a common man, being a banker, creating such a big project was actually unimaginable. Let me introduce to the Heritage Village. Before that, let me introduce to Mr. Shenoy and how and why this particular project came into existence. So, number one, so it starts with a small background of Mr. Shenoy. Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy was a banker who was born and brought up in Udupi only. He was actually an employee, was working as a PR officer in the earlier Syndicate Bank. And Mr. Shenoy was very passionate about Hindustani music and as well as art and culture of the nation. So, and Mr. Shenoy was a pioneer of forming a musical forum called as the Sangeeta Sabha, which is still functioning in Udupi, when Manipal was very lesser known to the outer world. And through this particular forum, Mr. Shenoy was successfully invited the great maestros of the nation like Pandit Taranath ji, then Ustad Zakir Hussain ji, and Dr. Balamurali Krishna ji, so many more. So you can keep on listing them. So all these big maestros, they visited this place, conducted the concerts, and then the Manipal was brought into limelight. So this is the musical part of Mr. Shenoy. And as far as art and culture is concerned, when Mr. Shenoy was a bachelor, so he used to just stay in a rented house, which was very hot during the summer season, and he couldn't tolerate the heat. But he was just wondering how the ancestors lived in, and that particular curiosity started him to conduct some. Let us not call it as a research, but it was just like he was very curious about it. So he used to visit different villages, different places, and see some old houses, vernacular houses. He was very anxious about how these houses are so cool without any modern technology like air conditioners or fans or anything, but they were so cool inside. So this led to some research on such structures and on all those things. So next was the socio-economic conditions of the people during the 1960s and 70s. It's like when Udupi, especially the coastal belt of the Karnataka, had two main occupations. That is, one is agriculture, and second, first was the fishing, and second was the agriculture. And the Udupi, Manipal, these places, they actually witnessed a lot of landlords who used to have a lot of paddy fields and a joint family concept then. But due to certain socio-economic conditions, due to certain acts which were introduced by the then governments, so some acts, they really affected them, which ended up in breaking up the family, losing their part of assets, and these people were in in a very unusual condition, or maybe in a dilemma whether to continue or not, what to do with this. But it was easy for the siblings to simply migrate because they couldn't take care of it. So the siblings started migrating to the cities in search of jobs. Ultimately, it was the eldest person or the eldest among the family who had to take care of the entire house and all the business matters, whatever it is. So even it was difficult for him. So ultimately, the beautiful houses which you are going to see in the next series were all once under a threat of mass destruction. or maybe under the threat of, because of the Western influence that was slowly creeping in into this region especially. So these are the two main aspects where heritage village came into existence. The very first thing is about the mass destruction. When Mr. Shenoy was not into this particular project, when he actually walked into the villages, he witnessed some 3 such incidents where the houses were mercilessly being pulled down just to like bring in that Western culture inside. And Mr. Shenoy actually went and even tried to stop them, but was literally kicked out. This actually particularly, these such incidents actually created an anger in young Shenoy's mind, and he thought I have to do something. So being a banker, being an employee, a salaried guy, he started collecting such components, or the salvaged components you can call them, bits and pieces, by paying money from his pocket, which started with collection of first 1 pillar. So that 1 pillar was the foundation stone of his collections. But in general, Mr. Shenoy was not a collector or a curator or whatever you call in the terminology of the museum. But Mr. Shenoy just started collecting them in order to save them, not to make money out of it or with any commercial intent. So this was the very first thing which Mr. Shenoy started doing. So the salvaged pieces were he used to store them in a room in the rented house, and his collections were simply going on. And when Mr. Shenoy was married, he and his wife used to stay in that same house, rented house, but his collections were growing in such a way that at a certain period the collections came out of the house, and ultimately it was very difficult for him to save them inside the house. So when such items were kept outside, unfortunately one day some pieces were stolen which were kept outside, and this man was very upset. But he was not upset just because they were stolen, because he didn't want them to go back to the same location where they were saved from. And it's like your sawmill or maybe a firewood or something like that. And Mr. Shenoy's wife gave him an idea, saying that, see, now we have so much of collection, so much of wood, where we can construct our own house. We are staying in a rented house. And if the landlord says, get out of this place, then we need a truck to actually transfer these things, and we don't get a huge house to store all this content. So he thought it's a good idea. So he purchased a land, corner side, which is 1.5 kilometers away from this place, and dumped all his belongings there. But the neighborhood was actually a posh colony, and they were making fun of him from behind, saying that this guy may be a scrap vendor, because it was nothing but a heap of wood and scrap over there, and for them, but it was very invaluable asset for Mr. Shenoy. So it was in the year 1988-89 when Mr. Shenoy had 2 kids then. The daughter was around 6 or 7 years, and son was 6 years. And Mr. Shenoy started constructing the house. He was the architect, he was the designer, he made the plan himself. Everything was one-man show. And it took nearly 4.5 to 5 years for Mr. Shenoy to complete the house. The people who made fun of him were a bit confused, or maybe they are amused to see that how this man converted the heap of scrap into a beautiful house, because that's the only tiled house in that particular location, because others are all RCC buildings. And Mr. Shenoy, when he was almost at the end of his project, many people were so curious and they started coming into his house. And that slowly was converted into a museum. And that resulted in trucks of people, a bus full of people coming in, people from different parts of the globe coming in just to see the house. Interviewers, philanthropists coming in, your curators, all sorts of people coming in, and these couple were the guides for them. So they used to show the house, and Mr. Shenoy used to tell the story about how we collected all those things. And this happened, and one fine day, the entire privacy of the family was taken away. So the children felt that they were not staying in their home, instead they were staying in a museum. And this actually led to the invasion of their privacy. They couldn't eat, they couldn't sleep, they couldn't study. It was very difficult for them, because Mr. Shenoy used to say, when he was alive, he used to say that people used to knock at the doors early in the morning at 4 o'clock, and that went till midnight, 2 o'clock. So this was really a very difficult situation for him, and ultimately the family thought, let us lock this house and go to a rented house, go back again to the rented house, because staying in our own house is not returning our fate. But the then DC, because it was not Udupi district then, Udupi district was formed in the year 1996. Before that, Dakshina Kannada or the Mangalore was being the headquarters. And the DC visited this place, and he had a very healthy discussion with Mr. Shenoy. And Mr. Shenoy explained about what's happening in the villages, the socio-economic condition of people, all those things, everything he tried to explain. And he slowly put his point of the heritage village. So the DC said, what kind of help are you expecting from my side? He said, sir, if you can provide me a piece of land, because I have collected all these things in bits and pieces and converted them into a house. But I want to collect the entire house itself, because they are under the threat of mass destruction. If I can't save these houses, they are gone forever. And Mr. Shenoy always believed that a house is a representative of a particular culture, particular tradition, and whatever it may be, which has been practiced and followed in that particular house, which is nowhere documented or nowhere written in any books or anywhere. So if that particular house is wiped out, this entire information is wiped out, and there will be nothing left for the next generation to understand and to know about our roots. So this was his concern. So he explained to Mr. DC. So with the effort of that DC, with the struggles and all, he got this 6 acres land, around 6.5 acres land, which was a barren land. Mr. Shenoy, because a government land cannot be given in the name of individual, so Mr. Shenoy formed a trust called as Hasta Shilpa Trust. Hasta Shilpa is the name of his house, which is a Sanskrit word. Hasta, hand. Shilpa is a craft, handcrafted. So Hasta Shilpa Trust. So it's a charitable trust, and along with his friends and family members, he formed a trust, and the land was given to the trust for as a cultural to bring up some cultural activities over here. So from there, almost Mr. Shenoy was on the verge of his retirement. So he was already 60 when he started this project. So that's why I told you in the beginning that this project stands unique in our nation, because this was created by one person, that was at the age of 60. So 60 is nothing but saying that, okay, let me hang my shoes and I'm done, and let me relax. But Mr. Shenoy started his second innings only after his retirement from the band, and the retirement life was completely dedicated or sacrificed to this place. So in the span of 23 years, Mr. Shenoy was able to translocate 19 different vernacular structures, which age from 107 years to 12th century. So which includes monastery, shrines, houses, 3 historical structures. One belongs to the Mudhol family, the Khorpades. One belongs to the pre-Vijayanagar period, which is of 13th century, and it comes from Kukanoor. And one structure belongs to the Barid Shahis, the family of Barid Shahis, which comes from Humnabad, Bidar district. So these 3 have some historical importance or background, and the remaining are the houses. And his collections are being segregated or divided into 10 different galleries, out of which one gallery is already open now, that is called as the Ganjifa Art Gallery or the Miniature Painting Gallery, which is an Indian style. And we have coming up with cultural legacy of Raja Ravi Varma, where that gallery is under renovation now, and it takes some time. So that will be the second gallery which we are opening for public, and the remaining galleries, because this place demands a lot of money. It's not in thousands, it's in lakhs. So a respective founder comes in, donor comes in and he supports us, then the project is realized. Otherwise, it's only thing what we can do is take care of them, protect them, safeguard them. That's it, nothing else. We cannot open it to public because we don't have proper security measures in order to open it for public. But we can secure it without opening it to public. So that's the situation now. So we are planning to open it, but some philanthropists, maybe with their your CSR funds or whatever it is, because Hasta Shilpa has ATG, it is registered under 12A, it is registered under FCRA, and again CSR. So people who are like broad-minded or like-minded, who are willing to support our nation's art and culture are welcome. So in the next series we will be going to see different structures, a small bit of information about the houses or the structures which we are going to see in certain episodes. So when you plan a visit to Heritage Village, there are some guidelines which are to be strictly followed, and I would like to tell you about those guidelines. So just to make your journey to the heritage a fruitful or memorable one. So number one, when you are visiting Heritage Village, you are not allowed to carry any eatables or soft drinks, because they are the actual enemies of this particular place. Because once you allow them to come in, they will actually damage the entire structure. So that's why eatables and soft drinks are not allowed inside strictly. You can carry water bottles, but there is an AquaGuard Pass purified water inside which is stored in the goblet. So it's safe to drink. And if people want their own water to be carried, you can carry the water inside. That's number one. So in order to maintain hygiene and cleanliness in every structure, and in order to maintain the glossiness on the floorings, because they are all red oxide, you can see them. These are all very glossy floorings there. So in order to maintain this glossy thing, we restrict people wearing footwear inside the structure, in order to give a respect to our, because to maintain the sanctity of the place, secondly to maintain the beauty of this place and to maintain the hygiene. So we don't allow people to get inside with food. So these things. And third one is, while clicking photographs, you have to ensure that the flashlight is completely off, and because the flashlight damages the painting forever. It creates a fading effect on the paintings, and gradually the paint gets faded and it cannot be repaired at all. So that's why flash photography is strictly prohibited inside. And cameras are allowed, but with certain restrictions. The number one restriction is about the flash photography. For your kind information, Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village Museum is not a commercial place or maybe a picnic spot or anything. And the late founder actually wanted this place to be an academic institution for the new generation, especially for the students of civil background or maybe architectural background, or who are interested in vernacular structure, technology, all those things. But many people, we come across lot of inquiries saying that is this available for film shooting, is this available for pre-wedding shoots, is this available for that, this, everything. Because our sincere request is, this place is a museum, this place is an academic institution. We treat this as a place of sanctity, and because it's our ancestral place, everything got together over here, and we sincerely request people who are planning to have a photo shoot, or in order to use this place as a photo shoot location or something like that, we sincerely say sorry, please don't treat this place like that. We won't allow it. We don't entertain any such activities over here. It's purely to learn, to understand our roots, our culture, our art and our heritage. So it's a sincere request, please don't call us for photo shoots, one thing. Because we are not into any commercial activities. Our main motto is to preserve, conserve our rich art, culture and heritage. That's very important. And second one is regarding the timings. Now people may ask, when can we come? So the museum is open for all the seasons, but it is open from Tuesdays to Sundays. Monday is a weekly off for us because we are open on Sundays. That's a weekend, and Monday will be a weekly off for us. And it's the timings is between morning 10 a.m. to 3:45. 3:45 is the cutoff time because even though the museum closes at 5, you need at least 1.5 hours to see the museum, and by the time you finish off the tour it may get dark. So that's the reason we have kept that cutoff time by 3:45. So you have to be here by 3:30, maximum 3:45, so that you can enjoy the entire village. So that's one you have to keep in mind. And one more small request while coming, if you are planning your tour to visit this place, ensure that you don't wear shoes, because it may put you into an uncomfortable situation, because every time you have to remove the shoes, remove the lace, again wear on, because every structure is you are requested to leave your footwear while entering every structure. So that's very important. So earlier I told you that that's the reason. So please don't wear shoes or wear such footwear which can be easily removed and worn back again. So this is very important. And during monsoon, that is between June to September, we call it as a monsoon walk. So during the monsoon, you are requested to bring in the umbrellas, because raincoats are not allowed inside, because if the water drips in and if the floorings get wet, you will slip and fall down, or you may be putting the elderly people who visit this place in danger. So that's why we don't want that to happen. So please don't wear any raincoats or anything. Bring umbrellas. You can carry, you can walk in the rain. So that's one request we make during the monsoons, especially. Other times you don't need it. As far as school excursions are concerned, there are a lot of discounts for them. Every school, for schools, colleges, there are separate entry fee for them. It's a very heavily discounted thing. You can contact the office, or you can write to us. Our email ID, everything is available on our website. The website address is https Heritage Village Manipal, it's a single word, .org. I repeat, Heritage Village Manipal.org. So this is the website address, or you can simply Google Heritage Village Manipal. That's enough. You will get the website address, everything. You can go to our website and all the details are available. People, philanthropists or supporters who want to support our project, our work, or support to this cause, you can visit our website and go to the support us section. There will be there is a lot of details in it. So, or you are free to write to us for any such more detailed information or anything. We will be happy to reply to you. So these are the very important things you have to keep in mind while visiting Heritage Village, and make your tour a joyful one. So thank you very much.
Hello guys, my name is Sushant and I work as a guide at Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village, and I've been working here since 2 years, and it's a great blessing and proud privilege to work in such a lovely environment where I got to know a lot about culture, a lot about our roots, the heritage, and a lot about late Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy, our founder, who a man with great passion and his perseverance to save the heritage. You guys will be going to see all these 24 structures with me, so it's a very interesting journey. If there is any errors or any mistakes in my narration, so please apologize. I will try my best to give you the best details, best information, and you'll enjoy it. Each structure over here has been adopted by a family or a group of friends or a company. So anyone willing to donate valuable contribution, you can definitely visit our website. All the details are mentioned there. So we will be starting with this number 1 structure. It's Miyar House from Karkala. It's not a complete house, but it is the gateway entrance of a house. When we enter, you can see a very large door at the gateway entrance, because they used to carry the paddy grains, paddy leaves, etc. through this gateway entrance to the inner courtyard. Then comes the inner house. Again, you look at the walls over here, it's mud plastering on the laterite stones. And in the original places, it was completely mud walls, and a lot of natural ingredients has been used over here. Also, the red oxide stuff, which was used during the olden time. As you can see, 1856, nearly 160 to 200-year-old structure, and it was completely retransplanted apart from the walls and flooring. So walls and flooring have been done here. Apart from that, each and every wooden component was numbered, coded, documented in its original location, and it was dismantled from there, brought here. And when the masons were laying the foundation for the structure, the carpenters were assembling each and every wooden component so that it fits in the same number. That's the reason they coded it. This door has a unique feature, and we are going to see it. So I am locking the door here, and this is the first lock, the second lock. It's locked, as you can see, and now I am unlocking this, lock number 1 and lock number 2. I'm not able to unlock it because it's a system called anti-burglar system during the olden times, so that whenever the robber enters the gateway entrance and he steals everything, so after stealing everything, he shouldn't be able to go back. So that is the concept. But there's a very secret button or a secret lock through which you can open this. It's over here, and it's like a small button. You press it, you push it, hold it, and then you open it. So it's a very beautiful system created at that time using this wooden technology. So here we are at the inner upper balcony of the Miyar House, of the gateway entrance of the Miyar House. And as you can see, the design is the grills are very beautiful. It's all handmade. It's made up of cast iron and so beautifully designed. And look at these pillars. So these pillars have the fluted shape design, and it's acquired from the fluted shape lamp posts which were from the British era. can see there's this new AR boards installed, augmented reality boards, which is also artificial intelligence generated. The given scanner below this, you have to download this Flip AR Go app. Then open the app, open the scanner and scan the image and you will get all the details. Apart from this board, there are 5 new boards which have been installed. So guys, we are at the second structure of Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village, the Sringeri House, which has been retransplanted from the popular temple town Sringeri. It is a 160-year-old house which belongs to the priests of the Sringeri temple. This was located exactly in front of the Bharati Street, which ended to the Sringeri temple, and whenever the procession used to come from the temple, the family used to gather here in these balconies, in the upper balcony and the lower balcony, and they used to give the aarti for the puja and also view the entire procession. This Goli Soda shop was a part of the Sringeri house, and one of the brother of the owner of the house used to sell it. This is the area where the owner, the landlord of the house, he used to sit and he used to do astrology. This is known as a reflector. These kind of balls are usually kept in order to reflect the light through the lamp or a torch light underneath it. If you just switch on the torch light or you keep a lamp, the entire area is reflected by this. This is known as a yali. So yali is normally it is found in the temple. There are 2 types of yalis. One is lion faced and one is elephant faced, Gaja yali and Simha yali. So this is the lion faced, which is the Simha yali. So it is known as ward of evil, to protect the house from the negative energy getting inside the house. Here we have a lot of artifacts which belongs to this house. You see the adjustable lampstand over here, where this wooden lampstand is quite adjustable. You keep a lamp on it and you can adjust it accordingly depending on your comfort zone, and you can write or read in this. So he is the founder of Sringeri temple, Sri Shankaracharya ji. We are at the second room of the Sringeri house, and you find this miller stone, which is the olden day mixie, and also this is for the de-husking of paddy grains. We do have one more trunk over here, and also there's a chest where the paddy grains are stored. Also there's a cradle, and very next to the cradle you see the small box which is specially used for the storage of the baby's items. It could be anything related to the baby, the milk bottle or the box, the powder box, etc. Anything. Here you find a photograph of goddess Sharadamba, goddess of knowledge. If you go to Sringeri temple, you will find the same goddess over there. So the picture is of Sringeri Sharadamba. planks which are known as mane in the local language. They sit on these manes and then they have food on the banana leaf. But before having food, the first food offering was done to the god. So this is the kitchen, and you have artifacts which is again made up of brass, bronze, which were used during the ceramic, the baranis, and also the earthenware, the soapstones. There is a noodle press, the first version of noodle press. Then again also the second version of noodle press is also available. Noodle in the sense the vermicelli, which we call in the local language as shevige. The very next to the kitchen, we do have the god's room. So whatever they used to cook, the first food offering was done to the god, which we call as Naivedya. So this Sringeri House is a two-storied building, and we are going to see the upper part. This bedroom has a cradle which is very huge, which is made up of wood. This part is known as, we call it as kuttatta in the local language, which means the attic. So for the storage of unwanted items or items which you don't use often during your daily life. So this is the place where the landlord of the house used to sit and address people. So whoever he used to talk to had to, of course, they had to sit here. But you look at the alignment in the seating, the landlord sitting here is at a higher position, whereas the people sitting here, the chairs have been made at a lower level so that they, whenever they sit, however tall they will be below the landlord. I mean, they will be shorter than the landlord. So that is how the sitting position has been made to showcase the superiority of the landlord. So this space of this Sringeri house is almost a favorite part to almost all the visitors. This part is a place where you get fresh air as well. You can see this open space. It's a lovely place to be. It's a lovely place to click picture. At the Mudhol Palace Darbar Hall from Bagalkot district of Karnataka, which is again nearly a 200-year-old structure, and this structure belonged to the Gorpade communities, which Shivaji Maharaj also belonged to. Especially the northern part of Karnataka had a lot of Maharashtrian influence at that time. Even now they do have it. And also this open space over here is a place where there used to be water, and people entering the Darbar Hall had to wash their feet and then enter the Darbar Hall. It's there in the name itself that it is a Darbar Hall. It's not a complete palace, but it's a part of palace where Darbar was held, administration was taken place, justice was given, and also the name Mudhol refers to the place. And also you guys might have heard about the Mudhol dogs. So you can see the Mudhol dogs also has been carved over here, right in the frame. And also there are a lot of carvings here regarding the fruits and vegetables which are grown in that part of the land. this is the inner part of the Darbar Hall, and this open space is a place where people used to gather over here, and one by one was called up here, and right in the center sat the Mudhol king, and he used to do justice for the people. So here there are a few artifacts which we need to go through, and the first one is the palanquin. As you all know, it is to carry the king, and this is known as a trunk. So the king can lie down, he can also sit, sleep. Also there is a compartment inside that where you can store a lot of things, so a secret compartment kind of a thing. So it is basically used for multi-purpose, and right over there there's a photograph of a man with the turban. He was the last Ghorpade king, Malaji Rao Venkatrao Ghorpade, and right above over here, so this entire top roof is made up of wood, and it's all the color which has been used. It's not the paint, it is basically the vegetable dye which has been used, the juice of the vegetables, and it's all different wooden planks which has been dismantled, brought here and reassembled. It's not, of course it's not a single wooden roof. And also you can see a lot of horns kept over here which were hunted by the kings, and hunting was a great passion at that time. It was a hobby for many, and yeah, it's a sign of they used to display it like a reward, and they used to display it like a sign of bravery, that they are very brave. And all the weapons are also displayed which were used during that time, and the seat of the king, the Mudhol king, which is very uniquely designed, and also the two fans are kept over there. And right above this center door frame is the royal emblem of the Mudhols. Over there is the royal Mudhol family in the black and white photo, and also next to that is when the photograph was clicked when the viceroy had come. There used to be treaties being signed and agreements were made. So at that time the photo of the viceroy and the people of the kingdom. So you can see the entire Mudhol royal family over here, and especially in this picture, the prince and his family are sitting in the chair, the same throne you can see over here as well. So, and this is a different palanquin where the queen is carried. The glass over here, glass which has been used for the windows etc. are the Belgian glass, which was very popular during that time. This is actually a moving cart where you can also store a lot of things, either the jewelry or the weapons. The designs have been made with the iron, and rest everything is of wood. So as you can see, this is the Bazaar Street, where you can see a lot of artifacts which were used during the olden times. These are known as soapstones, which are used for cooking especially, and it's very smooth, like the material is very smooth like soap, so that is the reason it is known as soapstones. In Kannada we call it as Balpada Kallu. Kallu means stone, Balapa is the material. Here you can see the miller stones, again the stones which were used for powdering or mixing of the spices and grains during the olden times. It's the ancient mixie, you can call it. And as you can see, there are several jars over here. They are known as martabanjas also, and the plain jars are from Burma and dragon design jars are from China. This is all made up of brass over here. As you can see, there are tiffin carriers in the lower level of this shelf, and above that you have the tiffin carriers, hand washes, and the buttermilk glasses, also tea kettlers over here, and this is a water heater, as you can see. So what they used to do is that they used to put the charcoal in the center, and they used to put the water through this corner end, and the water is surrounded by charcoal. They set the fire underneath it, and once it's hot, they off the fire, and it remains hot because of the charcoal. So this is the old systematic method to keep the water hot, and you can switch on the tap and drink hot water. So all these are made up of copper, and these kind of, especially these vessels, these are for cooking of biryani, and this is to cook rice. So you see the difference. Large containers which were used for water and oil storage. So there's one more jar over here. So this particular jar, it's used for giving bath for the small babies. So the excess oil which will be spilt over here, it will be collected over here, this part. So again it is reused. So this is the significance of this edge over here, so that the excess oil gets collected and reused again. can see the grinding stones, again the ancient grinders in different shapes and different sizes, and you can see the baranis over here. So the baranis, these jars especially, they are actually initially they were manufactured in UK, and acid was imported from UK to India for the whatever work purpose we used to do. So these are all UK made, and later in Chennai we started manufacturing the jars and the baranis, and these are all Indian made, which you are seeing on the right side, and which you see on the left side, it's all completely UK made. Later in India we started using it for rock salt storage, pickle storage, etc. And it's still, I think we still do it, and we still use it for those purposes in our houses right now. So you can see right over here there are several earthen pots. So right on the top, the earthen pots which you are seeing, people used to use it for toddy collecting. Toddy, which is extracted, the drink which is extracted from the coconut tree or the palm tree. During the olden times, they used to store jaggery spices in these kind of glass bottles. You also see large earthen pots which were used for water storage, plus even the raw mangoes, they used to store it in these pots in the salt water, which were later used for chutneys or pickles later on. As you can see, there are 4 beautiful carts over here. The one over there, that is the bullock cart. Then the ones in the center are the horse carriages. Again, the one in the corner, the end is also a bullock cart. So how you differentiate between a horse carriage and a bullock cart is through a suspension or a shock absorber. The one in the top is the dead body carrier of the Muslim community, and it is known as mayat. Even nowadays people use it, but the material is different. This is made up of wood. We are at the Kamal Mahal of Kukanoor from Koppala district, which is from 1341, and it is nearly 750-year-old. This is the only wooden specimen which belongs to the Vijayanagara Empire. Everything was destroyed after the Battle of Talikote by the 5 Sultanate forces, the Adil Shahis, the Barid Shahis, the Qutub Shahis, the Imad Shahis, and the Nizam Shahis. So after the war, they set fire for the entire city. Everything was ruined, but this particular structure from Kukanoor, which is from Koppala district, which is just 50 kilometers from Hampi, and this was survived just because of its outer look. It's so simple from out, it's just like a normal house, but it is actually the Army Commander-in-Chief's chamber. So we will see the beautiful Army Commander-in-Chief's chamber where he held emergency meetings before the war. And the innermost part, it is so beautiful. It is actually the private chamber of the army commander. This is the place where the army commander-in-chief held emergency meetings before the warfare, and a few military officials were called here, and the army commander-in-chief used to sit here, and right opposite to him, whoever the guests or the VVIPs came, they could sit there. Apart from that, all the military officials had to stand here and listen to what the army commander is saying and what he is discussing about all the strategies, everything. And once the meeting is done, they had to literally go back, because the innermost part of this chamber, it is the private chamber of the army commander-in-chief. Only himself and his family were allowed inside. So we will be going there, but before we go there, please have a look at the paintings, the beautiful paintings on the walls here. So these paintings do not belong to this structure, but it represents the art and architecture of Vijayanagara Empire. You can see these 4 paintings, and they are Mysore paintings. It's very, very similar to the Tanjore paintings, which is over here. But the only difference between Mysore paintings and Tanjore paintings is that the Tanjore paintings, they use the real gold foil. And Tanjore painting from Tamil Nadu, Mysore painting from Karnataka, and we also have from another neighboring state of us, the Andhra Pradesh. You see the Kalamkari from Andhra Pradesh. So Kalam, which means the pen, the artwork is done with the pen. So that is the reason they named it as Kalamkari. It's done with the pen on a piece of cloth. And you can also see a palanquin over here. So here, this palanquin, the king, he was carried. And here you have another palanquin where the god was carried. There's one more interesting kalamkari over here, where you can see in one entire village, the different communities are into different occupations. Some are doing farming, some are doing pottery, and right in the center you have the temple, mosque and a church. Kinnala paintings, which is done on the wooden plank. In this particular painting, there's a cow. From the one end you can see the cow, from the other end if you see it's an elephant. So it depends on which way you're seeing it. There is one more kalamkari from Andhra Pradesh, where you can see right on the top, the entire Mahabharata war has been painted. Again, we can get to see the beautiful Kinnala paintings over here. We can start seeing this. It's all 10 forms of Lord Vishnu. Matsya Avatar, Kurma Avatar, Varaha Avatar, Narasimha Avatar, Vamana Avatar, Parashurama Avatar, Rama Avatar, Krishna Avatar, Buddha Avatar, and the Kalki Avatar. We believe that Kalki Avatar is yet to come. So now we'll be going to see the most beautiful part of this structure, the Army Commander-in-Chief's private chamber. Everywhere you find such intricate carvings. This is a place where the army commander used to rest and relax, and only the army commander himself and his family, his wife and his children, were allowed inside this chamber. This is a very beautiful wooden structure which is made up of high quality teak wood, and as you can see, the dark brown ones are it's all completely original, and the light brown wood, it's all the replacement which we have put, because the 750-year-old structure won't be in the same manner. So there will be some damages here and there. So for that purpose, we have used some replacements, or we have carved it again. Given the name Kamal Mahal for a reason, because everywhere you see the carvings, you will find here lotus here and there. So that is the reason. The lotus means Kamal and Mahal means palace. But even though this structure is not a palace, it's just the army commander-in-chief's resting chamber, it is as beautiful as the palace. So this showcases you how beautiful and how rich Vijayanagara Empire was. They were not only rich in wealth, but they were also rich in art and architecture, and this is a great example for that. So as you can see, if the army commander-in-chief's resting chamber or relaxing chamber is so beautiful, then just imagine how beautiful the actual palace, the forts and the temples of the Vijayanagara Empire would have been. So that is the reason the Sultanate forces, the 5 Sultanate forces, as I mentioned, the Adil Shahis, the Barid Shahis, the Qutub Shahis, the Nizam Shahis and the Imad Shahis, they came together and destroyed everything after the battle, because they did not want the culture, they did not want the heritage to remain. They went on destroying and set fire for the entire city, and it took nearly 3 months for the fire to go off from the entire city which they had burnt, and it took nearly 6 months for looting all the wealth from the Vijayanagara Empire. So you can imagine how rich the Vijayanagara kings were, and it is believed that, it is said that during the Vijayanagara period, the people used to actually sell gold and silver and jewelry outside, like how they sell the bangles, the toys during the fairs outside right now. So this was the stature of the Vijayanagara Empire, and you can just imagine how grand was their aura. As you can see, this Kamal Mahal, it's completely like a jigsaw puzzle. It's all interlocked. One more special part about this structure is that there are no nails used in this structure. It's all made up of wood. While retransplanting, yes, maybe 1 or 2 nails have been used, but in the original structure, no nails at all. come to the Deccani Nawab Mahal, which is from 1912, a 103-year-old structure. It belongs to the Barid Shahis, who were one of the Sultanate forces who destroyed the Vijayanagara Empire. The lampposts here belong to the British era. We also do have the fountain, the marble fountain. We will be seeing the lifestyle of the Nawabs here. Even though it's a 100-year-old structure, 103 to 110-year-old structure, it's a very beautiful one because they used to import a lot of things. They had lots of money, and to maintain a lavish lifestyle, they used to import things like German tiles. And you see on the top the Austrian chandeliers and also the Belgian glasses on the windows. The entire top roof was made up of the Belgian glass in its original location, but because they were all damaged and broken, we had to use the fiber on the top. Right above the place where the Nawab sits, you can see a curtain thing, which is a fan. It's a manually operated fan pulled by a person, but the person is picked from the prison to do that job. The person who is pulling the fan for the Nawab or for the king has to be deaf and dumb. The reason is that he shouldn't hear any of the secrets of the kingdom which has been discussed between the king and the people here, the ministry or whoever has come to speak to the king. For that reason, the deaf and dumb guy is picked from the prison. If they wouldn't find a deaf and dumb guy to do that job, they would really cut off his tongue. And royalty and cruelty both were unlimited at that time. The upper section of this Nawab Mahal, you can see everything is covered with the curtains. This is a place where the queens or where the women of the kingdom, they had to see everything from the top, whatever the darbar is going or dance or entertainment is going. Everything had to be seen right from the top because the lower area is completely a male dominant area, so they were not allowed to come down, so they had to see everything through the pardas or the curtains. So that system is known as the parda system. You can see the tambura and the veena, the classical music instrument which were used during that time, and they'll give them Nawabs gave a lot of importance for the Carnatic music. Also the horns on the walls, which were used, which were hunted by these kings, and it's displayed like a reward. These jars are known as Bidri ware. It's an artwork from Bidar. It's all handcrafted, the designs on the jars over there. The jars over here, they are wine jars, and which is known as Madira during that time. This harmonium is very special because it's played with it's operated with both hand and the feet like a sewing machine. The stairs which goes directly up to the women's quarters, and which is made up of cast iron. So we have come to the Mangalore Christian house, which is from the year 1886. You can see the beautiful design of the open portico over here. It's a completely Portuguese influence, and this house it is from a place called Falnir in Mangalore. It belonged to a family called the Lewis family, who were coffee planters in Chikmagalur. Go right on the top, those are the Mangalore tiles. So there is a lawyer's bench over here and a newspaper stand. There are few artifacts here, which some of them have been acquired from a church and some of them belong to this house itself, the Lewis family, as I mentioned. Inside the rooms, if you see, the artifacts which are there over here, they belong to the house itself. There's a small cycle and the Italian marble bed. There's a camera with the camera stand over there, and there's a gun as well to kill the wild boars in the fields. Come to this room, again there are a lot of interesting things. As you can see on the top, the guitar's cover is made up of alligator skin. You can see how people used to make use of the animal's skin as well to showcase their richness. There is also the ice makers over there in the lower section of that small table, and above the ice maker is the radio, and also there is a file box and a pen stand. Cameras, the projectors, there's a water filter and also the goli soda maker. And in this room, there is a cupboard which were obviously used by the ladies, the women. It has 32 inner compartments, and there's a cuckoo clock as well. Earlier in the olden times, we Indians used to normally sit on the floor and have food. Only after the Western culture came to India, we started using these dining tables. And there's a very interesting fridge over here. It's believed that it's one of the first companies or one of the oldest companies which came to India. There is a coffee bean mixer over there. There are two plates, which are two layered plates, and which has a hole in it from the top, and you pour hot water and it goes and gets settled. The water gets settled in the second layer, and the first layer you serve food, so the food remains hot. completely Western designed room where you have the easy chair, also the bed. Nowadays, you hardly find these kind of beds. So this structure contains a vast collection of wooden masks and also the bronze artifacts, plus there are stone artifacts as well. So it's a combination of three. It's actually belonging to the tribal people. So it is known as Bastar tribal arts, which is from the mid-India, Chhattisgarh. So it's all made up of wood. If you see and look at this mask example, there is a turtle in the tongue. Then you have the fishes, the crocodile on the nose, and also the scorpion on the head, and a tribal lady on one ear of the mask, and one more ear has a tribal man. So all these showcases that there are a lot of animals as well. So these things showcases that they gave a lot of importance to nature and animals. Either these masks were used for worshipping or they were using it for dance or entertainment purpose. It's very similar to the African masks as well. It's not, all the masks are not similar if you see properly. One mask is very different from the other one. You can see a tree of life. there's also a tree where the person is waiting for the toddy to get collected. He's waiting and the other guy is sleeping. These actually, it's made up of the bronze coating, but it is known as Dokra art, which is still done in some of the houses in the Bastar community. Have you all seen the movie Avatar? The horse in the Avatar movie is very similar to the horse over here, the Bastar horse. So it could be inspired from the Bastar community horse as well. I'm not very sure of it, but it's a probability. The Dokra art is a very popular art form, Chhattisgarh, among these tribals, the Bastar community, and they mix the mud with the ash. They put the wax on top of it. Again, they use the mud. Finally, they pour the areca, which is the liquidified. Areca means the liquidified form of bronze, brass, or a copper. So they have used the bronze here. and the one at the lower level, as you can see, which is made up of stone, it is known as Shardul. So it's a mythical animal like a unicorn. So no one has really seen the Shardul, and it looks very similar to the lion actually. And people say that it was more powerful than the lion. And you might have seen in some of the gateway entrance of the temples. If not, then definitely you would have seen in the Sri Lankan flag. Here we are at the Folk Deity Gallery, which is currently closed for the public due to maintenance. As I mentioned earlier, there are 9 more galleries apart from the 24 galleries. This is one among those 9 galleries. So since thousands of years, there is a culture of worshipping the human beings which have supernatural powers, which are known as, we call them as Daiva in the local language, especially in this Tulunad. We worship them a lot. There's a movie, the name of the movie is Kantara, and many of you might have been aware of it. In that movie, they have literally shown how we worship the demigods. As I mentioned, Daivas, or in English we call demon gods, they are not actually the demons, they are actually the protectors to this land, and we have a lot of faith and belief in them. In simple words, if I have to say what the demigods or what the Daivas are, they are Ganas of Lord Shiva. So they are all connected to Lord Shiva. So this is one of the structures related to the demigod, which is from a nearby place called Hiriyadka. It is, the name of the Daiva is Adkattaya. So there are few stone artifacts over here. A lot of them are snake god. The worshipping of snake god is very prominent in a lot of places, and especially in our region, in this Tulunad, the Mangalore Udupi region, we give the utmost importance to the snake god, and it's a belief that snake god is the only god which is visible to our eyes. So this is the beauty of our Tulunad, and you want to know more about our culture, you want to get to know more about the Daiva culture or this entire thing, you can you will have to visit the place, and you will get to know more about it. So as I mentioned, the demigods or the Daivas we are talking about, so it's actually the collection of the Daivas. Many of them are not here. Right now it's gone for the maintenance purpose. A lot of polishing work has to be done. Hardly you find a statue which has not been damaged, but otherwise all these have been damaged. It's all made up of wood, and it's all between 150 to 150 to 1000 year old. All are very unique and very vast, very different in sizes, and also each one belong to a different time and a different place. As you can see, the tallest ones are nearly 800 to 1000 year old, and they are known as Kecha Rahuta. A small workshop has been put over here. Few maintenance work is going on. They are cleaning up all the deities which are wooden artifacts. Right now they are cleaning it up. It's looking quite nice and decent now compared to what we saw earlier. So Garadi Mane is a place where the demigods were worshipped, and also a place where they used to do gymnastics during the olden times. So the tiger which you see over here, it is known as, again it's a demigod which is known as Pilichandi. Pili in the local language refers to the tiger. As you can see, there's a very tall horse. This horse belongs to a demigod or a daiva called Jarandaya. It is known as Jarandaya Kudre because it is Jarandaya's horse. Inside this Garadi Mane, we have a few deities, we have the few demigods or the daivas. This is Brahmalingeshwara, and with the three heads, a man with the three heads, and next to that, the deity is known as Ummalti, and the names are especially in the local languages, and the rest all are the village deities. So as we saw, there are a lot of demigods and which has been brought from different parts of Karnataka, and there will be a certain amount of energies in them. So in spite of all the pujas done, all the rituals done, uh, there will be like 5 or 10% of energy still left in those demigods. And if the energy is positive, then it's totally fine, but if the energy is negative, then there's a problem. So that is the reason a team of tantrics had come during that time, and then they had done a lot of puja, and they had as you can see in this part of the land, below this glass there are 3 pots. In that they have put certain ingredients regarding the puja, and all those pots are connected to an antenna. So that antenna absorbs the negative energy through the demigods. Tall pillar over here. So this is known as Deepa Stamba. Deepa means the diya or the lamp. So the lamps are lit on this pillar, and as you can see, there are spaces for the lamps to be lit. It looks really beautiful when the lamps are lit on both the sides till the top. And also this is a place where punishments had to be given for the culprits. That was given right over here, because Garadi Mane is not only a place for the worship of demigods and gymnastics, it was also a place where the justice was made. Nandikeshwara shrine, which is also known as Nandikeshwara temple, which is located in Shrihara village of Udupi district, which is a very historic and a fascinating idol, which is nearly 1000-year old. It is dedicated to Lord Nandi, the sacred vehicle, and the bull of Lord Shiva, and it is renowned for its unique wooden idols. So we are here at the Vishnu Mandir, which has been acquired from Karnataka and Kerala border, which is a 300-year-old shrine, and the deity inside, it is Lord Vishnu. The deity is some of the parts, like the feet of the deity and a hand has been cut, and that is the reason it was not worshipped later on, because as you all know, in Hinduism we do not worship, and it is regarded as inauspicious. It is regarded as unauspicious, and we stop worshipping whichever deity is damaged. So it was just lying there, and Shenoy sir got it over here. Here we are at the Hangarkatta Bansale house. Hangarkatta is the name of the place which is near to Brahmawar. The word Bansale refers to a trading and a warehouse. It's a very beautiful vast trader's house. So we are going to see the artifacts inside the house, also the design on the pillars, etc. You can see the place where they used to read, write, and also the weighing scale, the weighing stones. So you can also see a account section where they used to write down the accounts, and there's a locker as well. So they used to trade a lot of things, like could be the gold, silver, also the minerals, the spices, etc. Nothing much this. So this is the way to the attic actually. So it's closed right now so that the visitors won't go there, because it's very dusty as well. It's a storage area. So visitors are not supposed to go there. So the houses in Tulunadu, especially the Guttu houses, the Shetty community houses, so mostly they are in this courtyard shape. Courtyard system is always a plus point for a healthy environment, because the breeze, the fresh air comes from the out through the windows, and the heated air normally goes out through this courtyard. So that is the basic concept of courtyard. This is known as a trunk. So in Kannada, in the local language, we call it as pattas. It's a trunk basically where the grains are stored. There are compartments as well. So this is one compartment and here goes another one. So this is one more compartment over here. Different grains and all were stored, and the landlord used to sleep on this so that no one steals it. It might sound very silly because you might think grains who will steal, but at that time, during that time, grains were as valuable as the gold and silver. The moisture won't enter this because it's completely covered from all areas, so that is the reason this is very useful. Also, you see these kind of large vessels. These are used to measuring of paddy grains, rice, and also we have a smaller one which is used for the seed measuring. So they had different words for different measurements. They used to place the god here, do the puja. Things which were used for the puja were kept in the puja room. But right now it's been placed here, the cot, and there's again a chest which was used for the paddy storage. We are at the typical old kitchen, so you can see the grinding stone as well. So the idli batter or the dosa batter, because in southern part here the breakfast for our daily routine is mostly dosas, idlis. They used to grind in that, and it gets a very natural taste. It's not like how you grind it in the grinder, but this has a very different taste, and many of the older generations will definitely agree to this. And you can also see the utensils used, mostly it's brass and copper. And of course there are pots, earthenware also, which is some of them are made up of wood. So all these things were used during that time. And also please don't miss the beautiful wall here. You can see the shine on the wall. So it's very different from what you saw outside. So outside it was mud plastering, here again it's mud plastering. So but this is the cow dung, the natural paint. Kannada, we call this cow dung as Segani. The weighing stones, as you can see, this might be very new to many of the viewers because these weighing stones are very old and they had their own calculations, the measurements. This is very huge and it's made up of single tree trunk. Salt was stored in this. So this is a very unique kind of concept of this window. The ladies who are working in the kitchen, they can see who has come directly through the kitchen, directly from there to here, that, but not when the window is closed. So when the window is open, they can definitely get a view of who is coming and who is going out of the house. So you will get a lot of immense amount of light once you open this window. It's a very, very, very heavy one. So as you can see, there are a lot of carvings on the pillars. During the olden times, it's a belief that the more the carvings on the pillars, the more they were rich. So that is how you analyze the richness of the people. So they used to spend the money on this artwork. You can see how intricate each design, each layer has a different design, and it's not one and the same. And each design has a different meaning. So it's not just a design. They believed a lot in art, also a lot in culture. So they spent money on valuable things. So this is how they lived the life during the olden times. These boats which you are seeing here belong to the Hangarkatta Bansale Mane itself. These boats were used for trading, etc. So the goods were brought through the ships and then they were shifted to these boats. And at the same time, you look at the detailing in these boats. Here there are a lot of stitches and all, especially here in the inner part and here in the external part as well. You see the stitches. So it's all parts of wood, different parts of wood, stitched and joined together to make it as a single boat. So this is the uniqueness of this boat. Steering wheel of the ship. The white structure which you can see, that is actually the whale's bone. As you can see, there are a few stones here kept. So these are the weight stones which are used for fishing. Here we are at Veerashaiva Jangamma Math, which is acquired from a place called Puchamoguru, which is in Mudbidri. It's a very, very beautiful structure. It's a monastery, place where Lord is worshipped, plus a place to study, like a Gurukula system. is a part of Lingayat community, the worshippers of Lord Shiva. It's a combination of 3 monasteries, which is like one is the main monastery and the other 2 were the branches. All 3 of them were collapsed. And when Shenoy sir thought of retransplanting this structure, he actually decided to make it as a single structure instead of making 3 monasteries again. But the innermost part, it is actually from the main monastery itself. It's not a combination where the Lord is worshipped. So that part, apart from the walls and flooring, it belongs to 16th century, which is nearly 500-year old. The combination of 3 monasteries refers to like one is the main monastery, the other 2 were the branches, so all of them were collapsed. Our founder, late Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy, made it as a single monastery. Even though it's made as a single monastery, it doesn't look like it's all from different parts. It looks like one and the same. Pillars, it's made up of wild jackfruit tree. You can see different carvings over here. This is actually it resembles the Rudraksh. Even that part is made up of wild jackfruit tree. You have the option of storing things inside. You can just open that part and you can store things inside. So this is the best part of this wooden old sofa kind of a thing. Here again, if you go through the detailing, the carvings, it's the snake god, the Nag Dev. Nandi here, right above the Shivlinga. Yeah, a lot of carvings of gods and goddesses. have seen that in the Kamal Mahal as well, about those small intricate carvings on the windows. We have it here right on the top as well. When the breeze is blowing, you get the cool breeze coming inside, and it's so refreshing. Look at the design. So it literally doesn't look as the structure has been retransplanted. It looks like it's there. This was the original place. So even for me, I've been working here since 2 years, but for me as well, it took time for me to digest that this is a retransplanted structure. So the god was carried on this palki. Even now they do it in the temple, so you all know about it. We have come to the inner part of this Veera Shaiva Jangama Mat. The outer part represents the Gurukula area where, as I mentioned, it's like a school. So the inner part is the place where the puja is done. As you can see, the Nandi, even though it's made up of stone, it's quite damaged, and this part, especially this entire part, apart from the walls and flooring, this part belongs to 16th century, which is nearly 500-year old. Here comes the Uddarani text, which is a separate text which was found in a similar monastery. It was found in a book and it was just dumped in a storage area, and this was found by Shenoy sir's artist friend. So he drew it for Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy. You can see this is an old game which is played in this part of the land. We call it as Chennamane. In the northern part of Karnataka, they call it as Aluguli Mane as well.
कटत नाही तुम बिन रतिया करी आई रे तो आए रे मिलन तो है आए रे मिलन तो बरन मोरी
The Uddarani text, which is right on the wall, it's again related to the Hinduism, Hindu gods, chariots, games like Channamane, Ludo, which I just showed, and also some of them are related to the mandalas, shastras and all. If you read it straight according to the book, if you go on reading, it's for the good. It affects you in a good manner. So if you go reading it backwards, then it affects you in a negative manner. So that is related to black magic and stuff.
रे मिलन तो है मनी धा पम करे रे सने रे सा सा रे मिलन तो है
Most of the things you can see here is like there's a Nandi. You can see the face of it, and if you go near, a little bit near, you can also see some of the Nandi, the eyes, the ear and the mouth of the Nandi is still visible. So you can imagine the intricacy of the carvings looking at this itself. So how skilled people were during that time.
आए रे मिलन तो है आए रे मिलन तो है आए रे मिलन तो है आए रे मिलन तो आए रे मिलन तो है आए रे मिलन तो है पिया कटत नाही पिया गर निद सा पिया रे गम परे सा पिया कटत नाही पिया कटत नाही तुम बिन रतिया करी आए रे मिलन तो आए रे मिलन तो है आए रे मिलन तो
Here right on the top you can find a lot of aratis, brasswares which were used during the puja.
बरन मोरी ननदसी बरन मोरी ननदसी बड़ी पाछे रहत जान गुनी कहूँ कैसे हमसे नित देत गारी आई रे मिलन तो आई रे मिलन तो आई रे मिलन तो है आई रे मिलन तो आई रे मिलन तो
We have come to the inner room over here. There's a small place where the pupils, as I mentioned, the Gurukula students or the pupils, they sat and they used to do the puja. They used to worship their own favorite gods, which are known as Icha Devatas, or in Kannada we can call it as Ishta Devatas. So they were worshipped here, and there's a small deity of Lord Shiva as well over here. A lot of things related to the puja and all.
आई रे मिलन तो आई रे मिलन तो आई रे मिलन तो है आई रे मिलन
So also there's a small kitchen over here. So as I mentioned, Gurukula system is not only a place to study, they also used to stay here. So they obviously need food to be cooked and all. So there's a small kitchen over here. The utensils again used were brass, copper, wooden artifacts.
रे मिलन तो है रे मिलन तो है आई रे आई रे आई रे
Here we are at the British Colonial Library, which has been acquired from Bangalore, and the British Bungalow. It's currently closed for the public, not open, and it's not a part of the tour where you'll be seeing the 24 structures. So this is apart from those 24 structures, apart from the galleries as well. So it has some decent amount of books inside, and yeah, currently it's not open, maybe in future. Here we are at Vidya Mandir, which is from Ramchandrapuram Mutt, and it's a part of that mutt, which is from Hania, a place called Hania, which is in Hosanagara, which is very near to the popular place called Shimoga. Vidya Mandir is actually a 300-year-old structure. Whenever the gurus not be there at the Ramchandrapuram Mutt, they used to go to this Vidya Mandir and they used to do their sadhanas, the meditations, and that is the reason the Vidya Mandir is actually known as the Gurukula Nivasa. And this Vidya Mandir has withstood 6 successful pontiffs, and when the structure was retransplanted from Hania to the Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village, even the gurus, they had come and they had witnessed the retransplanted structure, the Vidya Mandir at the Heritage Village, and they were very mind blown by the work done at the Heritage Village. They said that the structure doesn't seem to feel it's been retransplanted. It looks exactly how it looked at the original location in Hania. This is also a part of the tour, which contains 24 structures. But the thing is, this structure has been used like a storeroom. Few parts have been kept here. So right now it's like a storeroom, and also some other parts of some other wooden components as well. So right now it's not open for the public, but the structure is definitely worth watching from outside as well. It's a very beautiful design. The Kunjur Chowki Mane, the first house built in this Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village, and it was a plain land until then. This was the first house which was retransplanted, and from here on the project began in the year 1996. It's a very vast house, a beautiful house, lots to look at, and it belonged to a Brahmin family who had migrated to Kerala from Kunjur. Kunjur actually is a place which is in Yermal, and Yermal you get it when you travel from Udupi to Mangalore. You get the places like you pass by Udyavar, Katpadi, Kapu, Padubidri, Yermal. So Kunjur is from Yermal, and because they had migrated to Kerala, and there's an interesting story about the landlord that he luckily got a job of a chief priest in Ananta Padmanabha temple, Trivandrum. There he got the job, and he was very much interested in Kerala architecture. He loved it so much to an extent that he decided to build a house based on Kerala architecture in Kunjur for his family. So this is the reason the house was built. It's out and out Kerala architecture, but it was built in Kunjur. Artisans from Kerala were called to Kunjur and they designed the house in Kunjur. Yeah, it's a proper courtyard house. It's a very beautiful house. Let's look at it. This particular chair was our founder's chair, late Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy, where he used to sit over here, because this was the first house, as I mentioned, which was retransplanted, and he used to sit here. this is also an easy chair kind of a thing where you can rest your legs as well and relax. Also, this is known as Kundalini, which describes the different chakras in the human body. Actually, this is the spinal cord, and you can see the chakras, and this is the neck portion, and this is the head. So this is how it is described as. And as you enter, you can look at the beautiful carvings over here. You have Gajalakshmi on the top. It's a very beautiful courtyard house, typical Kerala architecture. Look at the walls over here. It's a mud plastered walls. As you can see, there's this orange color which has been used. It's all mud plastering, but here you can see green as well, which is the cow dung. It's quite cool. So while retransplanting as well, they have used the same method. The cow dung is used for the green because the design is completely banana leaf design, because they had food on the banana leaf. So red oxide, lime, mud plastering, and the cow dung as well. Chowki means the courtyard where the four corners meet. So Mane means house. So Chowki Mane or Chaukattu in Kannada, or we in Kannada even call it as Totti Mane. In Malayalam they call it as Nalikattu. So again, where the four corners meet, that is the reason it is known as Chowki Mane. So that is the reason the house is named as Kunjur Chowki Mane. And the best part about the courtyard is that you normally get fresh air from outside through the windows, and the heated air goes out through this courtyard. The topmost part is like a suction. It sucks all the hot air and it keeps the house cool. Actually, two kitchens in this house. Main purpose of having two kitchens is that one is the regular kitchen where women cooked the normal food, but the other kitchen was used only by men, and among men also it was used by only one person. Purpose of that kitchen is that to cook the prasad, to cook the food, the special food which is offered to God, which is called as prasad. So this is the place, the dining area, and also there are a lot of artifacts which were used for the removal of paddy husk, also churning of buttermilk, grinder, the olden day grinder. There's a noodle press as well inside, and so that is the regular kitchen which I mentioned. This is the kitchen which I mentioned, where the men cook the prasad, and only one particular person has to cook it. So he used to take bath outside, because normally the bathrooms were outside. They probably had a well, and then they get in. So they cook the prasad here. But right here is the God's room, and they have made a small opening, small compartment where he can directly give the prasad to the God's room. There the person will be there doing the puja again. So he will take the prasad and keep it for a while. Once the puja, everything, the rituals are done, then afternoon the prasad is served to everyone before lunch. The God's room. Look at the beautiful three-headed lamps over there. It's like a trishul. This vast area, the activity area. Here basically the grandparents teach the children to read, write. The teens used to learn music. The small kids used to play. There is also a small cycle, the wooden cycle. You will definitely not find something like this now. There's also a parrot cage, as you can see over here. Painting over here, again Tanjore painting. I described about it in Kamal Mahal of Kukanoor as well. Massaging unit. It is known as, it is not a modern massaging unit which you get it in spa and all, but definitely you will get it. You will find it in Ayurvedic centers even now. So it is known as Shirodhar. This is the delivery room where the baby is born, and the speciality of this house is that there lived 62 people in this house, in a single house at a time, and 16 to 17 couples stayed, and every 6 months one baby was born. So once the baby is born, it's little bit grown up. Until it's grown up, it's there here in this delivery room, but it's little bit grown up, then it will be shifted directly to the activity area. You might be thinking why the windows are at a lower level. I have to sit for me to get the breeze from the windows. The reason is that furniture, whatever furniture came later on. So earlier people used to sit down, eat down, sleep down, rest down. So everything was, all the activities, all the regular activities which we do on a daily basis was done on the floor. And that is the reason the windows are at a lower level. This Kunjur Chaukimane is a 2-storied house, and we are going to the second floor now. Few rooms over here which we are going to explore. This is the first room, is the study room. Come to the most important part of this house. It's a beautiful place to sit, and you can also rest your back and rest your head. and just relax over here. There are quite a few advantages of this part. The thing is, people outside, they can't see you. So the landlords used to keep a watch on the workers working on the fields. You can see them clearly, but they can't literally see you who is there. They can just figure out that someone is there, but they can't really make out who is there and what you're doing. So the landlords used to keep a watch on the workers working in the field. There used to be paddy field outside this house. So that is one thing. And the other thing is, when you relax like this, when you rest your back and rest your head, it's a great relaxation for the spinal cord. So they have thought about all this scientifically as well, and that is the reason this has been designed in such a way. Each and every design here right on the top, it's a different design. And as I mentioned in the other house, the Bansale house as well, the more the carvings, the more they were rich. So that is how you can analyze the richness of the people. Here, this is the upper part of the regular kitchen where the women used to cook the regular food, and as I mentioned, the upper part is like a chimney where when you cook there at the lower level, the smoke comes up right from the bottom, and it comes up through these railings, and then it goes out through this window. Also, this is a place where they used to store the pickle, rock salt or jaggery. Heated air from below as well as from this part directly goes out through this. We get the fresh air from outside. Heated air is out from this part, and it goes out through the upper part. This part is like a suction, and it sucks all the hot air, keeps the house cool. So again, this is the upper part of the other kitchen used for preserving the vegetables. Especially, it is a way to go up to the attic, and attic is a place again where you store unwanted stuff or utensils which you don't use often. Locking system over here, the design, this design, it's again typical Kerala architecture. In Malayalam they call it as Manichitratal, and there's a movie also made on that word Manichitratal, and that movie was later remade in several languages. In Telugu it was remade as Nagavalli, in Kannada it was remade as Aptamitra, the very popular character, I think everyone will know it, the Nagavalli. This room is a paddy storage granary which is in the upper part. The reason is that to prevent the moisture from getting into the paddy, they have kept this in the upper part. You can see a photograph of goddess Saraswati sitting on the piece of rock over here, and you can see the very similar photograph of goddess Lakshmi on a lotus, of course, which is near the river bank. And that photograph we have seen in the house number 12, the Bansale house, the trader's house. And the meaning of both the pictures is that the picture over there represents goddess Lakshmi, which is the representation of the wealth. So wealth, it's not stable all the time. So that is the meaning that goddess Lakshmi is on the lotus, and a lotus can get drowned anytime in the water. So, but here, if you see, Goddess Saraswati is sitting on the rock, on a piece of rock, and a rock or the stone is always stable. Goddess Saraswati represents the education, or we treat her as goddess of knowledge. So knowledge or the education, it is always stable. So this is the difference between both the pictures. So this room is the master bedroom for the master or the landlord of the house. You see the window, these are the small tiny windows. They built these kind of windows for the sparrows to come inside the house and build the nests inside the house. It's a sign of a prosperity and a sign of a good luck for the family, for the generation to continue. So these are actually slidable windows. If you open like this, it's like, if you slide like this, it's opened. Right over here, this is actually a foldable, it's kind of a table or a seat. These windows, it's very tiny gaps, so you get the cool breeze through these windows. Wood which have been used in this house, it's jackfruit. It's a mixture of jackfruit and wild jackfruit. Also they use cashew oil for the treatment of the wood to prevent the wood from the termites. We are here at the Nawab Muslim house from Bhatkal, and Nav means new, Iti means arrival. Together it is Nawab-Iti. It's a nearly a 200-year-old house. They were seafarers actually. can see the plates over here, vast plates which are made up of brass, and even now during their religious festival, especially during the iftar, they all of them together they have food in one plate. So the same concept again, but the material used here is brass. Now they might use obviously they don't use brass or copper, so that was used during that time. But once their lifestyle got improved, they shifted towards this porcelain ware, everything, the ceramics, the porcelain. Here at the kitchen, here we will find a lot of items which are used for cooking, especially these vessels which are very huge, which were used for cooking of biryani. It is a turtle shaped design scraper cum grater. You can see the tiffin carrier kind of thing where different gravies can be stored, or salad or whatever which is used for to consume with the biryani. And there is also the spoons which is actually attached lock. There is no extra lock for this tiffin carrier. This spoon itself is a lock, and when you unlock it, you get the spoon and just start serving it. In the second floor, we do have several rooms as well as a collection of porcelainware, also a collection of perfume bottles. Cot over here, it is very intricately carved, the wooden carvings, this part and especially this lower part. perfume bottles. Some call it as ittar, some call it as attar, and some of them say that in the Arabic word it's called as ittar. Of the porcelain ware. As I mentioned, they were seafarers, they went to different countries, so they collected a lot of these artifacts. So most of them probably they used it for the house itself, because it's such a big house. Many people lived in the house, joint family again. This is a place, the balcony, where the women could see what is going on outside through these Belgian glasses. Vaderhobli House, which belongs to a rich Brahmin family called Konikarans, and it is acquired from a place called Kundapur. So it's a very beautiful gateway entrance of the house. It's not a complete house. When the property was divided, one brother decided to sell it. The house part is still in Kundapur. The family is still living there. And yes, if just imagine if the gateway entrance is so large and so huge, just imagine the size of the house, how big it would be. As I mentioned earlier as well, there will be a outer courtyard, then you have a gateway entrance or an outer house, then comes the inner courtyard, and then comes the inner house. So that is how it used to be during the olden times. Not every house, but some houses it used to be like that. You can see the red design on the walls over here. So those designs, it's known as Kavi Kale. Kavi is the red oxide which is used for the flooring. Kale, which means the art. So as you see, there are a lot of artifacts over here, items kept over here, which is either damaged or some of them have to be stored or restored in some of the houses. But currently there is no space for all that, so it is right here. But again, you can see these huge, large containers. So during the very olden times, they used to practice Ayurveda. As you all know, that was the only form of medicine. Western came, the English medicine which we call now, that came later on. So when they used to do that, they used to use these containers for the fermentation process of the fruits or vegetables or whatever medicine they used. So for that purpose they used to use it, basically for the medicinal purpose. This part over here, Yakshagana, they used to perform in the ground floor, and the landlord, he used to sit here on this wing and he used to watch the performance right from here. we are at the Ganjifa Museum. It's one of the galleries among those 9 galleries which are shut. So this museum was opened recently, it was opened last year itself. The word Ganjifa actually refers to a Persian and a Sanskrit word. It's a combination of both the words, which means hand painted play cards. It used to be played by the kings during the olden times, and even now they do the artwork in some of the parts of India like Sawantwadi, Maharashtra and Odisha. Even now it is regarded as one of the prominent artworks, but of course it is not played right now because we have the modern play cards. But definitely you'll be seeing a collection of beautiful play cards which are being done even during this time. And as you can see, these are the boxes of those playing cards, and there is a box where you can also find Lord Garud, Narasimha Avatar over here, and in the center Jagannath Puri, Lord Balram from Jagannath Puri. So each and every box has a beautiful painting of a god as well. So lot of them are god figures, and lot of them are related to the art and culture of India. As I mentioned, these are the playing cards. If you ask me how, then you have the answer in the cards itself. They used to count the numbers according to the figures in the cards, like there are feathers, some of them are feathers, some of them are fans or the arms which they are carrying. So here there's 1, here there's 2, then 3, 4, 5. This is how they used to count and they used to play it. So the king and the queen also used to be in this set of play cards itself. So this is how they played during that time. Even now they are done as an artwork, but as I mentioned, due to the modern cards, of course they are not played. And they are actually from Odisha. It's from the 1990. For the more details you can look at this. shells which have been used to count. So there are 3, there are 2, there is 1 shell, there is 4, and it's made up of a thin paper sheet, and that is the reason it's known as handmade, hand painted play cards. Most of them, as I mentioned, even in the boxes or the covers of these playing cards, there are a lot of god figures, and also which are related to our art and culture. It is related to the king's palace or the palanquin, all these things. Amount of cards over here, the collection which we have, are from Odisha and Sawantwadi, Maharashtra, because they still do it there. People also have said it. Some of the cards are even from West Bengal and Andhra Pradesh, and a few are from Mysore, and there's one which is from Bangalore, as 1 or 2 are from Bangalore. So this collection is from Bangalore actually, and it is quite modern. It's from the year 2008. As I mentioned, they still make it now in different parts of India. Everything has been detailed over here. You can see the sun, the moon, the Cancer. So there was a very different system of playing cards, very different from the modern cards which you play, also very different from the cards which you play online as well. here we are at the Bazaar Street of Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village, and the shops which were probably during the early 90s, mid 90s and the late 90s. So there's a cobbler shop over here. You can see a lot of sandals, shoes, the shoemaker shop especially. Kerosene stoves which were used during the olden times. After this came the gas stoves. Before this you had these chimney stoves or the kerosene stoves. Mostly whenever the students group come or whoever comes, looking at the bottles, they definitely think it's a wine shop, but it is not a wine shop. You can see the herb over here. It's an Ayurvedic physician shop where a physician used to sit here, and there used to be a queue, so people used to come one by one, and the physician used to attend each and every patient, and then he used to give whatever the syrups of the herbs. Fourth shop of the Bazaar Street, it's a cycle shop. The Atlas, which is one of the oldest brands, seat of a bicycle, which is branded as Hero. Old salon, barber's shop, and you can see the wooden chair, also the back headrest. It's all made up of wood, and the spray bottle over here, the box, it takes you back to the olden times. It's all, you can see the mattress. Also, there are a lot of ropes over there, so which is made from the coconut husk. And there's a big raincoat kind of thing, so which they use in the fields even now. While working on the fields, the villagers, they cover it on themselves. They cover their bodies with this raincoat kind of stuff, which is called as korambu in local language, and it is made up of two trees, Veteria indica and also bamboo tree. So Veteria indica in the local language, it is known as Dhupadamara. So the leaves which you can see, the leaves are used from the tree Veteria indica, and the sticks are used from bamboo tree, which in local language we call it as bidiru. And also there's a small bowl shaped thing which they use it for the calves. so that it doesn't drink excess milk of its mother. So here we are at the shop number 7 of the Bazaar Street, and you have a lot of options here with this earthenware, which people used to use during that time. Even now, I think some of the people might use it in their houses because it's very healthy if you have food or if you store in this earthenware. So a lot of storage materials, also plates are there where they had the food, also bowl, etc. And also large pots, there is a tap connected to the pot, which is of course used for the water storage, etc. It's very healthy to store water in that and also consume it. Tailor shop. As you can see, a lot of companies which were used, which was very prominent during the early 90s or even pre-90 era, so and late 90s and mid 90s as well. So the Singer company, also the company called Usha. Full of typing machines, the typewriters, the printer as well. So which is very rare to see in this modern world, and which you definitely won't find people operating this. You can call it, it's the first version of computer. So later came the computer, and this suddenly vanished. Petromax actually are the larger versions of the lanterns which were used during the olden times, used mostly during the programs, if there's a function, if there's a marriage. So mostly used in the weddings. One Petromax lamp will brighten almost a large amount of space, and of course the modern generation definitely would not know about this. So here's a look at the collection of Petromax. Dobi shop. Dobi means again the ironing shop where the clothes are ironed, clothes are washed, clothes are given for the dry wash or wash, which you do now. So that time for the ironing box, you look at the boxes as well. It is all made up of iron, and you put the charcoal inside it. Once it gets heated up, you start ironing the clothes. The olden way of ironing clothes. Actually a clock repair shop, so you can see all the clocks which were used with the key. So key was the initial thing which was used to operate these clocks, and so not only they repair the clocks over here, but also they sell it. So if you have a craze for these kind of clocks, definitely you should go to purchase these kind of clocks. Not in this place because it's a museum, but you can definitely have a look at the designs as well. We are at the glass bangle shop, so I'm damn sure ladies will be very much interested in these, but because it's all dried up now, so you hardly find it. You find it in fairs and festivals at the shops, but not often you see a lady wearing a bangle this time. Not always, and that too not these kind of bangles. Definitely they wear the bangles which is made up of a different material, but not these glass bangles. So it's slightly, people call it old fashioned, but it's nice. Jars, which was used during the olden times. Jars, we had already seen it earlier at the structure number 5 of this museum. It's all the lanterns which we call kerosene lamps and the gas lights as well, so which were used during the olden times. It's an interesting collection. it's a lock shop, so antique locks of the olden times. So it's a belief that during the olden times, the locks were so strong that people used to end up breaking doors, and I mean, especially thieves, they used to end up breaking doors and enter the house to rob things. They used to fail in breaking the locks. It's very strong, and also many of them, each lock has a different design. And there's also one more belief that once the main key is lost, so it's lost forever. You can't open that door. The only way to open it is to break it, because you can't make a duplicate key for these kind of old locks. Beautiful collection of the photographs. It's a very old shop where the frames are made, photographs are repaired and also sold. Shop where umbrellas are repaired, and the stick is made up of cane, so material is quite different. Again, nowadays you have different umbrellas with the different, which are made up of different materials. I think nowadays it's more of like you get an umbrella, once it gets spoiled, you just throw it off and buy a new umbrella. But olden times it was not like that. It was like more of a repair, and there were like skilled workers to repair it. Goldsmith's shop, weighing machine. It's actually, I think the other part is not there, so only just one part is there. The scale is not there. Yeah, the boxes to keep the gold, the treasure. As you can see, it's a beautiful craftsman shop. Very intricate carvings are there. Hats off to the craftsmen who have crafted this so beautifully. It's a bed making unit which used to be carried on the roadside by the people to different houses, and they used to repair the bed. It's a bed making technique of the olden times. And it's a knife sharpening shop. So they used to carry this machine. I still remember in my childhood, they used to carry it on their backs and again go a long way. They go to houses, different houses, and they used to sharpen the knives. Later, they started carrying it as the time progressed. With the bicycle, they used to carry it. Now I think they carry it on the motorcycle. So it's still available in some, not in all parts of the country, but some areas. Some places you still find it. Weaver shop. You can see a lot of the handloom wooden machineries over here, through which they used to make clothes, through which they used to manufacture the clothes, and that's how it was manufactured. Again, we are at a very special place over here. It's a small school. So it is just to show that before this kind of modern education system came into existence, we had the Gurukula system. But once the Basel missionaries or the Basel missionaries came, so they introduced us to this new modern education system. And definitely there were pros and cons. That was good as well, the Gurukula system, but at the same time there was caste system at that time. So this education system introduced us to the equality, and that is the best part. And yes, it's a small dummy school which has been created over here to showcase the modern education system. This is a bell which was used during the olden times, and it's made up of brass. You might think why the hole is made. So they used to hit this bell with the iron rod, and that is the reason you have this white patches. Also the hole has been made. Which you are seeing here, it is for jaggery. It is used for jaggery making. Now it's actually placed directly on the floor, but it will be at a certain level. So below that they keep the vessel, so where the sugarcane juice directly goes there, and sugarcane juice is collected, it's solidified, a lot of process goes on to jaggery making. So that's how it was made. It's actually from a place called Ullal, where they acquired this old machine of jaggery making. When it comes to extraction of oil, olden days it was a very authentic way of extracting oil. That is, they tie the bull or the ox to this end of this wooden log, and when they turn around, this rotates, and before they tie it, before the process starts, they obviously put the seeds or the coconut or whatever from which they extract the oil. They put the seeds over here in the center, and when the bull or the ox is tied here, and when it turns around, this thing rotates, this wooden thing rotates, and the seeds are crushed, and the seed oil or the coconut oil, it is extracted from this place. There's a hole over here, so you get the oil from this place. They keep a vessel or a bowl, so a bigger bowl, so through which they can extract the oil easily. It's completely made up of wood, and of course nowadays you have the modern machines, but it's nice and neat and clean. And we have this wooden machinery. You might be thinking what it is. So which is used to make the beaten rice. Beating the rice, which becomes flat, and which turns out into beaten rice, in the local language we call it as avalakki or bajil. Here we are at one of the outer houses of the Guttu house. When I say outer house, so it is basically a kind of a gateway entrance where you have the field outside, then comes the outer house or a gateway entrance, then you have an inner courtyard, then again you have the main house or the inner house. Here is the outer house of Yerukone Guttu house, which has been acquired from Kundapur. Again, you see the hierarchy over here. So people used to gather over here in the evenings. This Guttu house, of course, it belongs to the Shetty community, very prominent, and they were the landlords. So he used to sit here and he used to address the people. So people coming, again, that time there was caste system. So there used to be a huge queue, a huge amount of people coming here. One by one was called, and whoever is from the lower caste, he had to stand from there and listen to what the Tahsildar is saying from here. And whoever is from the middle class, again he has to come up till he is allowed to come up till here. So you can see you can make out the hierarchy over here. So the middle class fellow is allowed up to here, and the one who is equivalent to the caste of the landlord, he is allowed probably till here or inside the house as well. So that was the system. This Erukone Guttu house, actually it belongs to, I think you all might have seen the movie Kantara, and now everyone knows the world famous Rishabh Shetty. So this house belongs to Mr. Rishabh Shetty's ancestors. It's his grandfather's house actually. So yes, as I mentioned, it's just the outer house, but still there are a lot of things to see, the artifacts which were used during the ploughing, cooking, etc. When you hear Yakshagana, it's actually a traditional folk art of Karnataka. Especially, it's a very prominent art in Tulunadu. They deliver you the story through dance and music. Mostly the stories are taken from Ramayana, Mahabharata and mythology, etc. So again, there are few items kept over here, so which are made up of wood. Few of them are used for ploughing, few of them are used for cooking and washing clothes. A room for the landlord, which is known as the master bedroom. So this is the master bedroom, and this is the place where the landlord used to sleep. So the window you see over here, there is a significance for it. So you see the small square holes over here, so it helps you get the cool air through these kind of windows. That is the reason it's not just designed for the beauty purpose, but it also has certain advantages. We are at the Harkuru Olagina Guttu house, and again it is acquired from a place called Kundapur. This is an inner house, which is a main house. As I mentioned, the concept, you'll have an outer courtyard, then comes the outer house or a gateway entrance, then comes the inner courtyard, then comes this inner house. So this beautiful house is nearly 416-year-old. So these pillars you look at, it's very unique, it's very differently designed. All the visitors who come here, they get attracted to these pillars. They just want to look at them, they just want to know more about it. So these pillars are known as Maddale Kamba. Maddale Kamba, it is referred in the local language, which means Maddale means Mridangam and Kamba means pillar. So that is why it's known as Maddale Kamba, because it is in the shape of Mridangam. And also it is made up of a tree called bogi tree, which is used for the furniture stuff, etc. mostly during the olden times. You can see here there are a few wooden sticks, but they are just not the sticks. They are used for the buffalo race, which we call it as Kambala in the local language, especially in Tulu. Also this thing over here, this is also used for the same buffalo race. It looks like a cot, by the way, but it is a cot, but not used for sleeping. It is used for hitting the paddy leaves, and they hit it on this. We call it as padimansa in the local language. When they hit the paddy leaves, the paddy grains directly falls down to the basket which has been kept down. Again, we are here at the trunk, and it's again paddy is stored inside it, and underneath it the landlord or whoever the person of the family, they sleep on the top so that no one steals the paddy grains, because it was as valuable as treasure during that time. And right here you find the very big chest also is used for the paddy grain storage. this is the main entrance of this house, but it is at a very lower level. It is at I am tall enough, but again I have to bend. The reason is that whenever you enter the house, you have to leave all your ego outside, show respect towards the landlord and show respect towards the house, and then enter. That is why they had this concept, and most of the houses, 99% of the houses during the olden times, had this lower entrance wherever they have the main door, and it is especially in the southern part of India. So this is the biggest grinding stone. You at least need 2 people to grind it. So again we have the concept of churning of buttermilk. So dehusking of paddy. As you can see, the big plough over here, so it's completely so it's almost made up of wood. There is a metal particle over here, but nowadays you get plough which is made up of, mostly it's made up of iron. It's very rare to see this kind of plough, and also it is a weapon of Lord Balram. This is not just a toy or something, it is actually a bell, a wooden bell, so it's hard to find nowadays again. So it is tied to the cow so that whenever the cow goes out, so it will be easy to find the cow in case it gets lost. So this Harkoor Olagina Guttu house has been converted to an art gallery. So we have paintings from different times and different places. These are the Mysore paintings, and this is Dashavatar of Lord Vishnu, and which also describes the evolution of life, starting from the Matsya Avatar, Kurma Avatar, Varaha Avatar, Narasimha Avatar, Vaman Avatar, Parashurama Avatar, Lord Rama's Avatar, Buddha's Avatar, Lord Krishna, and Kalki, Lord Kalki, which is yet to come. Old Guttu house authentic kitchen. The utensils are mostly made up of brass, copper, ceramic, earthenware, etc. Mostly veg and non-veg both are cooked over here. One of the bedrooms, and you have a few paintings over here. Also, This is a unique olden style baby cradle over here. This part of the room is covered with Kalighat paintings from West Bengal, and it is the modern paintings, but it shows the creativity of the artist, very unique with the artistic skills, and you can have a look at it. One more room with the collection of Mysore paintings, and also there is a Tanjore painting. There are two Tanjore paintings as well. So we are at a place where we have a collection of a very rare kind of painting, which is mica paintings or mica sheet paintings. So this mica sheet is found in the lower layer of the rock. process of mica sheet paintings is that you have the stencils over here. It's very well shaped. Then they use the vegetable dyes or whatever ingredients they have to use it. And it's a process. So step by step process, and the finishing comes out like this, so beautiful. There's one more scripture over here. We can rotate it. So here we have the collection of Mughal paintings. We can see that. So here we are at the master bedroom of this Harkuru Olagina Guttu house, and for the place for the landlord to sleep. The traveling temple or the traveling shrine. When we say the traveling shrine, you can literally close this, carry it. Whenever you want to pray, you can just open it and pray to the god wherever you are in whichever part of the world. Then you again close it and carry it back. It is made up of Tanjore painting. The paintings you can see, they are made on the piece of cloth. There is Madhubani painting as well, not a real authentic one, but it's almost the Madhubani, and it's actually a mixture. And here this is the Patachitra from Odisha. We are at Byndoor-Nelyadi House again, which is acquired from Kundapur. It's again an outer house, the concept where you have a courtyard, an outer house, inner courtyard, then you get the main house. We have managed to get this outer house, not the entire house. So it's a beautiful house. Let's see it, and a 200-year-old house. Again, the wood here used, maybe the pillars, the beam, the doors, the windows, the door frame, everything is made up of rosewood. It showcases the pride of the Shetty community. During the olden times, you used to recognize the houses based on the architecture of the house. You can see some of the items which is used in this typical Guttu house kitchen. So here we are at the snuff shop. Snuff was very prominent during the olden time. So it's actually an Indian tobacco. It's still sold in smaller shops, etc. So even though it's a tobacco, it's used like a medicine as well. There are a lot of cradles, and also the cradles were made up of wood completely. Only the chains, of course, it is made up of iron. There are a lot of designs. There is a lot of space for the air to get inside, so that baby doesn't feel suffocated. So yes, there are cradles of different sizes and different types. You have big baskets as well, where it is used for multi-purpose. You carry fruits, vegetables, coconut leaves, etc. So the baskets over there which you see, so those were used to carry the dung, which is basically used for the plants. It's very good for the plants. Also, it's used in the field. Ayurveda had a prominent role in the olden times, and you can see the bottles, so the ceramic bottles, so they were used for the medicinal syrups, or in the local language we call it as kashaya or kashayam. So the physicians used to suggest certain medicinal syrups, so those were collected in this and those were stored in this. Travel, you definitely carry a suitcase or a travel bag, etc. So but that time, during the olden times, definitely they used to carry such baskets. You have the locking system as well over here, so they used to lock it. They used to carry whatever things they had to carry when they were traveling from one village to other village. you can see these small baskets, etc. So even the larger ones are there, but they probably were used to store the house groceries, and the smaller ones were probably used for carrying the flowers for the temples, etc. Please have a look at the beautiful strainers, appam making utensils. The appam is a very famous dish in Kerala and in southern part of Karnataka. A collection of the grater cum scraper. Some of them are in different designs. There's a turtle shaped ones as well. There are a lot of glass bottles, so some of them are in the similar color and some of them are different colors as well, small, different in sizes. So these bottles were used for storage of oil and syrups. Have a look at the collection of radios, transistors, and also the beautiful gramophones. It will take you back to the olden times. Hengavalli House from Kundapura Taluk. It's a very beautiful house, but we can see only the outer part of the house, not the inner part, because the inner part is under maintenance and currently it's not open for the public. It's like a storeroom. We have stored a lot of things inside it, but this part is really beautiful. When they used to make the authentic Ayurvedic medicines, and it's from one of our trustees, Mr. Harish Pai. His cousins' ancestors used to make those, and they were rotting in that place. And Harish sir got it over here. So yes, most of them have been assembled, and some of them are yet to be assembled. This is a demigod. As I mentioned earlier, in the local language we call it as Daiva. So this demigod belongs to this Shetty community from where these houses belong to, and which is all from Kundapur. And the name of this demigod is Mari Durge. She is a goddess, and most of the parts have been damaged, as you can see. So it was not worshipped, and Shenoy sir, our founder, got it over here. we are at the last structure, the 24th structure, Harihara Mandir, Harihara temple, which has been acquired from a place called Neergonda, which is in Kushalnagar, Madikeri, and it is an 800 to 850-year-old temple. We will have a look at it. It's a very beautiful and an important part of this heritage village. At the beautiful carvings, it's amazing, incredible, and you see the backrest, you can just lie off. Again, the Kerala architecture comes to the party, and you can sit, you can relax your backs, but this backrest is done here later on. Only the pillars, the carvings on the top and the frame here, it is all 800 to 850-year-old, except the backrest because it is new and it's lately done. But the story of this temple is that this temple was completely collapsed. It was under the ground, it was excavated from the ground, and when Shenoy sir went to do that, went to get this temple, people there, they did not want Shenoy sir to take away the temple from their part of the land, so they even came to it. They were very offensive, but when they came to know Shenoy sir's intention, they really were very kind to give this temple away, because since it was almost gone and it was in a very critical condition, so they got it. It was completely filled with slush and mud. Shenoy sir got it here and retransplanted it here. So Harihara refers to Lord Vishnu Hari and Lord Shiva Hara. Right on the top over here, you will find all the carvings of Lord Hari, Lord Vishnu. It's all from Vishnu Puran over here. can see all the carvings of Lord Shiva, which is from Shiv Puran, and that is the reason this is named as Harihara. But initially it was not a Harihara temple, it was a Veerabhadra temple which was worshipped by a tribe called Kappalikas, who were devotees of Lord Shiva himself. Later on, there were a lot of clashes going on between Shaivas, devotees of Lord Shiva, and Vaishnavas, devotees of Lord Vishnu. Finally, the village head, he got frustrated. He came up to a decision that I'll build a temple for both the deities. So that is the reason Harihara temple was built. So you can see here carvings of both Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva. This part over here, you can see this is a part where the main deity has to be inside, but unfortunately we don't have any deity, because one thing, it is 850-year-old. Second thing, the deity could be destroyed, damaged, or it could be stolen by anyone. So it's believed that it was damaged and destroyed and it was not found. So yes, just the wall behind this frame. But again, you might be asking, or you might be guessing which god will be there inside. It's Hari or Hara or both together. Since Shiva, Lord Shiva is on the right on the top, then you have Lakshmi as well. So most probably it was Lord Shiva inside, but there are high chances of Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu being together, like Hari and Hara. So there are a lot of temples where Shiva and Vishnu are together in the deity. So that could be the case. it's a very kind of a sacred stone. It is known as Veera Kallu in Kannada. Kallu means stone, Veera means bravery, and as you can see, it depicts the war zone and also the bravery of the king. Can you please guess what this hole was used in this sacred stone? Any guesses? This hole was used like a toilet seat by the people of the later generations. Maybe it was upside down, the stone, so they just carved it and they started using it as a toilet seat. So the message from our founder, late Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy, is that please don't use such beautiful stone with carvings and depictions for toilet seat or washing the clothes, all these things, because this is our culture, this is our heritage, and we need to preserve it. If we don't preserve it, it becomes a mockery like this for the people outside to see. This is a huge paddy storage granary, and yes, it's completely covered to preserve the paddy grains from moisture and rain. A chariot here. So this is a smaller one. It's from Havanjay temple, and again, it is just the base part of it. So the stone over here, you see, it represents the Sati system. In Kannada we call it as Sati Sagamana. So whenever the Hindu king used to die, his wife used to jump to the fire. The reason is that if they were obviously defeated by the Mughals, and the Mughals used to defeat the kings, and then they used to take all the wealth, including the wives of the not only wealth, but also they used to take the wives of the kings, and they used to marry them again. So in order to escape from all this, they used to just jump to the fire, which is known as later, which became a system called Sati system. You see a lot of idols over here, and there are a lot of stone artifacts, but most of them are god figures. It is yet to be arranged in a proper manner. over here, it is arranged properly, assembled in a proper manner. So those stones which you saw earlier is yet to be arranged. You can see a small beautiful Shivlinga placed there, the deity. So as you all can see, there's a chariot over here which has been wrapped up because of the monsoon season. It's been acquired from a place called Seemantur. Deity over here, it is again the demigod, which we call it as Daiva, which is worshipped in this coastal part of land. This particular demigod is goddess Rakteshwari. It's been acquired from a place called Halamakalatai Amriteshwari, the temple. The deity was higher than the normal expected height of the main deity, so that is the reason this deity was kept aside and they had to go for a new one. This is the Peshwa Vada, which is from Belgaum district, which is now known as Belagavi. It used to be Queen's home because kings used to have many wives, and he used to build such Vadas for the queens. And in Maharashtra, you'll normally find a lot of Vadas. Vadas are normally big in size, but this Peshwa Vada is just part of, it's just the front facade of the entire Vada, and it was almost broken down, and then later it was assembled, and you can see how it is. Right on the top you can see the jalis. Through the jalis the queens could see everything what is going on out, who is moving around, but no one could see the queen. So that was the major significance of that part. Old classic cars. So the Plymouth or the Plymouth. So the Plymouth, which belongs to late Dr. TMFI, the founder of Manipal, who developed Manipal from a deadly jungle to a top class university. So now people from all around the globe, they come to Manipal to study here, to work here. So it's a matter of a pride and privilege for us to have his car. Next to the horse carriage is the Chevrolet Impala, which is donated by a generous family to us. Here we are again at this structure, which is closed right now, but it has a lot of Tanjore paintings inside it. For the maintenance purpose it has been closed, and it is not among the 24 structures which you are going to see. This is apart from those 24 structures, and it is there are totally 9 galleries. So this is among those 9 galleries. This is one of those galleries. You can see the Vijayanath Shenoy Memorial Hall, and this complete structure is made up of laterite stones, and even the structure behind me, it's all laterite stones. Again, we did not do the mud plastering on it, just to showcase the beauty of it. Hall is in the upper layer of this structure, and in the lower layer it contains the paintings and the lithographs of Raja Ravi Verma. Lith means stone, and the paintings have been printed on the stone. So there are a lot of original paintings. The copies are there, the original printer were there. As I mentioned, the Raja Ravi Verma paintings, the lithographs are there in the lower section of the structure, and the upper section is a hall. But the structure, the paintings of the great painter Raja Ravi Verma is yet to be opened. As I mentioned, it's among those 9 galleries which is not yet open due to the maintenance work, and it is definitely going to be opened for the public in future. this structure over here, it has some amazing collection of handicrafts, which includes folk deities, also small artifacts maybe used as god figures and all. So it's right now under maintenance, so that is the reason it's closed right now. It's not open for the public, but it will be open soon in the near future. But the structure here, it is not a retransplanted structure. The entire structure is built here to preserve all these small handicrafts. It's a immense vast collection. The woodwork you see here, the designs, the beautiful artwork, it's all brought from different parts, different location, and it's been fixed here. Guys, here we are at Shivbag House from Shivbag, Mangalore, and currently there is an apartment which is going on right there. But this was the original structure, which is completely wrapped up and kept because it was dismantled from there, documented properly, and then brought to this location. And currently, due to the insufficient funds, we have not started the project because whatever money comes to us, whatever income gets generated, that goes to the maintenance of the current structures which are already assembled. The Shivbag House is very unique because whenever the VVIPs and dignified personalities came to Mangalore, Shivbag family hosted them, as there were no 5-star hotels at that time and there were no guest houses. So this was kind of a guest house for them. And yeah, later they for some reason they found it difficult to maintain the structure. So that is the reason they were very generous enough to donate it to us. So this structure is not a purchased one, it's a donated one. So it will be retransplanted right here because all the components are right here itself, and some of the components are in the other go downs. So it's a very big house. It will be in this right over here, this area, but it will definitely take a lot of time and a lot of funds. This structure over here, it's not a retransplanted structure, but it's been created by using the unused items. So yes, this structure has been created and it's used like a storeroom. At the upper part there are a lot of paintings stored. It's stored under a certain temperature, so a lot of beautiful paintings right up there. But at the lower part, it's the washrooms over here. we are at the Hasta Shilpa Heritage House. So this is our founder, late Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy sir's house, and this house is the flagship of Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village. So this was the first house. This is like a foundation for the Hasta Shilpa Heritage Village. This house was built with the remainings of salvaged components of 60 or more different places, and it could be the pillar, the beam, door frame, window, everything has been built from as I mentioned, salvaged parts of different places. And it's a very unique house, and it was very popular during the 1985 1990, because the house started to be built in the year 1985 and it ended up in 1990. So it was very popular during the 1990 era, the 90s era. Yes, it's a special emotion for all of us, and especially for our founder, late Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy sir and his family, because they stayed in this house. So here we are inside the Hasta Shilpa Heritage House, and you can see how beautifully it's done. All the carvings are so intricate. There's a lot of ventilation going on here, because first thing, it's a courtyard house. Second thing, the placing has been done so properly, so appropriate, that you get the proper ventilation through these small tiny gaps, and such beautiful jalis, we call it as jalis. And there are also god figures. As I mentioned earlier, this wooden components like the pillar, this frame, this part, every component has been acquired from a different place. So the family, Mr. Vijayanath Shenoy sir and his family, stayed here until a point where this house became popular and visitors started coming to this house. And yes, of course, he would love to take them around and showcase the heritage and culture of our society, and also spread an awareness that we should preserve this. But again, it was a matter of privacy for the family as well, so they had to shift for some other house, and they stayed here for quite a long time. wood which has been used here, it's almost nearly 200-year old till up to 1000-year old. So as I mentioned, it's a beautiful courtyard house. It's a small one, but not so small, as you can see. Being a banker, not an architect, without any architectural or engineering background, he has done this. So this is an incredible journey of a man with a selfless attitude and a passion to save this heritage of us. And he used to always say that it could be your property, it could be the property of the individual, but it is, at the end, it is our Indian heritage. So we need to save this. We are at the dining area. This used to be the dining area, and collection of the brass, bronze and the copper vessels, as you can see. We are at the kitchen. The utensils used the same kind of material, copper, brass, and also there are a lot of stones, the grinding stone. This is Shenoy sir's bedroom, which is also called as a master bedroom in the olden terms. And you can look at the beautiful woodwork over here. Also, there are a lot of paintings, especially kalamkari, etc., which has been designed